Hello there, this is Reece Russell and you're watching the weekly Steelchair.
Come on! You know Reece has got you! Yeah! One! Break the Steelchair down! Break down the Steelchair! For those about to lap! I'm what you want! Baby, you know you're Judas and I'm your price! Baby, what I got is not from the list! Bring it from the stage in the rage of the place! Step in the arena and break the chairs down! Step in the arena and break the chairs down! Now you know! Coming on down! It's like Reece, you know I got you, so now you know! So real! Yeah! Reece! Yeah! Reece! Yeah! I'm awakened from a deep sleep, you're all weak. You're living in the agony of defeat. I am the master of your whole head. I am the pastor flocculation. Step into the town and break the walls down. Your heartbeat is the only sound. Step into the light and then you'll know you were stopped and dropped by the walls of the steel chair. Now you know. Coming on down. It's like Reece and the white got that. So now you know. So real. Yeah. Reece. Yeah. Reece.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing this evening? Welcome back to the weekly Steelchair, where it's probably the last of the watch-alongs for the week. Like I said, there wasn't going to be so many. We might do one more tomorrow, but apart from that, there's not much else. It's good to see everybody. Thank you for tuning in this evening. We're going to do our best to have some fun. Last night was fucking depressing. It's the worst show I've ever covered. It's the worst show I've ever watched. It's the worst show I've ever had to discuss. It's worse than Monday Night Raw has been in the last year, which says a lot. Even before that, many years. That's what I think of TNA Impact last night on the AMC debut. It was fucking horrible. It's good to see everybody. The likes of Chester, I can see Carl in the chat as well. It's good to see Maria. It's always a pleasure, of course. Keep your comments coming in, folks. Glenn, good to see you. As you can see on the screen, we have a new logo as well. I'd love to get your opinions on it. But that's where we're at. We have a new logo. What do y'all think? Obviously, at the bottom, you can see the old logo. That's for like just the subscription button, but that will change to the new logo as well. Don't worry, I will amend that. But I think we're in for quite a good stream tonight. I think we're in for a good one. Thanks, Chester. I appreciate that. Of course, we are watching on YouTube, but of course, this is the weekly Steelchair. You can watch us on Twitch, you can watch us on YouTube, or you can watch us on Kick. It's entirely up to you. I am grateful for everybody who does come in and support us. I know it's not easy. We are rewatching a classic pay-per-view tonight, so do get your comments in, like, share, and subscribe. If you've never seen this pay-per-view before, you're actually in for a treat. Not because of the main event, but just in general, you're in for a treat, and that's the whole point. Yeah, I was fortunate that it was this company that stopped me giving up on wrestling because of what was going on at the time. This is like where the safety net is, and it's always strength in numbers and how things go, and that's how it should be, and you want to enjoy yourself, and you take it in that way. There we go. Let's change this. Hold on. The watermark. There we go. And publish. So now it should change. If I just do that, if I just refresh, hold on. Is it changed? Yep, there you go. The main logo on screen. Plus the button you hit at the bottom. Our logo is for subscribers. No, you won't. Go to hell. Everything about Kurt Angle and TNA was better than WWE. Plain and simple. Everything about Kurt and TNA was better than everything he did in WWE. That's just a fact. But that's where we're at. We're gonna have some fun. The pay-per-view, I've put a link in the chat for everybody, so if you want to join in with me, you're more than welcome. All I ask is you just keep things going. AI mods already cut the links out of my chat. Love it. All the kick mod, AI mod, has already got rid of all the spam accounts. That is fantastic. Let me just get up on Twitch, because I want all three in the background just so I can keep us going. There we go. That's better. That's fine. Okay, so Genesis 2006, of course, this is the pay-per-view that precedes Bound for Glory, but it is actually, the reason why we're watching is because of the fact that Genesis is also this weekend for TNA, and this is the best of the Genesis pay-per-views. It is the best one they actually produced. So we're going to watch it on that one. Turn the monitor around a little bit. Well, this monitor, I'm turning it around. Links in the chat. Oh yeah, it saved his life. Not just his career, it saved his life. So I'm going to press play. Let me just turn that there. But in the meantime, let's begin. 2 hours, 42 minutes of what actually is TNA. Not the shit that was on last night. This is proper TNA. TNA, we are wrestling. I like that old adage. Damn right. SoCal Val, one of the nicest people I've ever met. Yep. Sting versus Abyss for the world title is another match as well in the old Impact Zone. We are ready to begin. Please like, share, and subscribe. Get your comments in, get involved with the show, and enjoy the ride. Our Discord is there as well. You can access it through our YouTube channel front page. It's all on there. Yep. So the opening contest, of course. There's Goffman Kazarian. Goffman Kazarian. You've got Johnny Devine and Matt Bentley, or to many people who don't know, the Sean's cousin. I never liked this group. It was weird. Yeah, the guy who done the TNA intros was called Barry Scott. He passed away 6 years ago, unfortunately. Yep. They will take on the Voodoo Kin Mafia, VKM. We know what this faction was all about. All right, James, how are you, mate? What's up, Zodiac? SoCal Val is just like a stage valet. She was lovely. She's I had a 40-minute conversation with her at All In. Really nice. I don't like what they did to Matt Bentley here. They fucking ruined him. They made him look like a right goon. Abu's favorite referee as well. This is the horny referee. We have Voodoo Kim Mafia. Oh, I know what you mean, mate. I've had a tough week on holiday, but I still know what you mean. I've had a lot on this week. It's been mental. Matt Bentley, of course, in the ring with BG James, or as he should have been called, BJ James. This is Blowjob James, because he was giving fellatio to all the wrestlers about how bad he worked at this point. Super kick from Matt Bentley. Timestamp 4 minutes. I never liked this faction. I don't like Kazarian in this group, and Matt Bentley was ruined. Johnny Devine was shit anyway. Didn't matter where. He was always shit. I don't care if that hurts anyone's feelings. Kazarian with a stick right into the chest of BJ James. Kazarian at this point, just a weird goth. He didn't look right in this group. Thankfully, he soon after got himself out of this group and was saved. This wasn't about making fun of DX. This was to take the piss out of Vince McMahon. Yes, and what happened after the show was better than 90% of the entire show. They actually ruined themselves last night. TNA will never hit the heights again. Last night was the end. I'm gonna stick to the new logo represents nostalgia. Yes, they were. Flying forearm from BJ James on Matt Bentley. Trying a kip up. Unsuccessfully. And he's up. Here comes Kip James. Tags in. Lays down Divine and Kazarian. Inverted atomic drop into an atomic drop. Kick to the gut. Double underhook. Going for the pedigree. Landed. Now he's going for the sweet chin music. This, to be fair, this makes sense because Matt Bentley is Shawn Michaels' cousin. They made a little bit of mockery of DX, but it was all about taking the piss out of Vince McMahon. That's what this whole thing was about, and Vince actually found out about this. Johnny Divine jumps up, gets caught. Going for the one. He went for the one into the cover. It's over. This faction was better when Roxy Laveau got involved because she actually gave it some personality. I can barely do a kip up myself, but even my kip up's better. Unfortunately, Josiah won't be joining us tonight. In the comments, he has chosen to go to Friday Night SmackDown. Oh, there we go. The Vince McMahon mention. Paul Hickenbottom and Paul Levesque mention. Yeah, same. I miss them both. By the way, I can categorically tell you, even though this was part of the gimmick, a lot of people did not appreciate this because it actually WWE didn't completely ignored it. They went, "Who?" They were like, "Oh look, VKM. They're flattening Vince," and that was it. I like that. You have an opening match, then you go down to Don West and Mike Tenay and say, "Welcome to the show." I like that. This is the best commentary duo in the business. After Bobby Heenan and Gorilla Monsoon, this is the best. On the card tonight, AJ Styles versus Christian Cage. Well, 20 years ago. Chris Sabin versus Christopher Daniels for the X Division Championship. We have America's Most Wanted versus the Latin American Exchange. Unfortunately, Conan will be there. Sting versus Abyss for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship. This is shirtless Sting. Yep. Kurt versus Joe, the main event. The best match of 2006. Oh, they ignored it because they just didn't care. Oh, here we go. Bentley, Divine, and Kazarian coming to the ring. Divine is being put into a mask. This is where it goes to shit. They honestly, they heard and they didn't care. I heard that they burst out laughing. Here comes Raven. In a white suit. The Redeemer. Raven. Raven in a white suit was wild back then. but that's just how good he was. I loved watching this show live. I love the memory it's gonna bring back. Yeah, this is my favorite Raven theme. Look at like the yellow eyes. That's what was so good. It's the attention to detail. Johnny Devine was pinned, therefore he must be punished. Big kendo stick shot. Welt in his back. Look at those welts. The only sad thing about this time is the Naturals were no longer in TNA at this point. Sigh. His theme was fire, absolutely. But James, I know you weren't here at the time, Zodiac as well, but ladies and gentlemen, just for your viewing pleasure, what do you think? Oh wait, no, they are. What am I saying? They left TNA what 6 months later? Yes, it was 6 months later the Naturals left. This is going to sound biased, but this is the best tag team in TNA history. Even though I'm a Guns fan and a Beer Money fan. The Naturals were just something else. I think that's absolutely funny. You're not here to be beat, so you're going to take on the substitutes. Here comes Sanjay Dutt with Jay Lethal. I did not like the story that they had over a year later. It was weird. Jerry Lynn, of course. Jay Lethal was only 20 during this match. Crazy. Here come the Naturals. So fucking good. Get your ass franchised. Exactly. And we're underway. The Naturals have gone from the short tights to the long tights. going after Sanjay Dutt and Jay Lethal at their best. What's up, Billy? How you doing? Chase Stevens, sunset flip, powerbomb attempt, no, countered by Jay Lethal. Kick to the back. Andy Douglas in the ring with Sanjay Dutt. Runs at him, back body drop, flies into Chase Stevens. Lethal, Dutt, ready to fly, gonna die. Suicide dive and tope con hilo. Fantastic. Good wrestling. I didn't like the feud that they had together. It freaked me out. It didn't work. Lethal and Sanjay Dutt. Double tag on Chase Stevens. Fantastic offense there. It's all about the flippy shit. Sanjay Dutt's still in AEW. He's still in AEW. What's that? All right. Okay. That's the Scott Olsen deal to Rangers officially done. Fantastic. That's going to be such a good move. Can't wait. SmackDown starts soon, but who cares? I hope Josiah enjoys it. I hope he does. If you're a darts fan and you haven't seen Luke Littler lost today, oh, right in the lethal consequences. An assisted up top low blow from Chase Stevens. Now Andy Douglas in the ring working on Jay Lethal. This is a tag team that should never have disappeared from wrestling. They just vanished. The Naturals. Chase Stevens tags in. Andy Douglas has a firm front face lock on Lethal. Now an illegal choke from Chase Stevens. Yeah, he beat him 6-2. 6-2. Oh, another stretch. I swear, Jay Lethal at a young age, if you're planning on having kids, in 2006, they tried their best to make sure that didn't happen for you. A half crab, standard assist. There's an assist. The Naturals using their extension of the body weight. Of course, still hired by TNA at this point is referee Rudy Charles, who is now in WWE as a referee. That will be the score at Old Trafford tomorrow. I didn't want to say anything, but yeah. Eric Ramsey begins life as West Brom coach against Middlesbrough. What the fuck? Eric Ramsey, a former set piece coach at Man United who couldn't coach a set piece. And now he's weird. Bang! What a rebound German suplex. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna check. I want to check one bit. There's one thing I want to check. When did they officially disappear from wrestling? I want to have a look. Yeah, they disbanded in 2010, but when did they stop? Chase Stevens is only 46. He could still go. When did he retire? So he's still in the independent scene. GFW, well, that never happened. Yeah, I think he will be at the Rumble. Thankfully, you won't get tables on this one, just proper wrestling. But the new Steelchair logo on screen for everyone to see. Absolutely dominate the scenes because, well, that's what we do best. Springboard single leg drop kick from Jay Lethal. Going for a power bomb, but there's a running step up Ensagiri. Lethal injection. Sanjay. Springboard assisted moonsault. Kick out. Almost a 2 count from the young ones, as they pretty much wanted to be called. They wanted to be called the young ones, but didn't allow it. Shane Douglas absolutely fuming at ringside. I think they'll call him Huckleberry Homer. I don't know, but I would call him that for a joke. Chase Stevens going for a power bomb. There's a botch from the Naturals, but they got a pin. Chase Stevens was too far away. It is a cravat kick power bomb, but he's so far away that it didn't work. Shane Douglas is still raging, but the Naturals win. Yep, Jeremy Borash backstage. That's because this version of TNA actually had a product and could do good wrestling. Yep. Yeah, that segment of the graveyard trying to burn the American flag, to be honest, it was cool. He'll be on NXT then SmackDown. Conan, absolute horse shit, but he is with LAX. At least they decided to fuck off and leave him eventually. Homicide Hernandez, what a team. At this point, there was no division in wrestling better than TNA for light heavyweight, heavyweight, or tag team in the 2000s. I dare anyone to challenge me on that. I bloody love a good enziguri, but I'd love to know what is Reece Russell's favorite type of enziguri. The best Ensegiri for me is Owen Hart's. Because he got you right here. He hit you right on the neck. It's funny how Conan's like all this white boy shit and all that, but Conan, like, you're still a fucking good mate. That's what you call a present. I had that for quite a while. Yes, of course. Best Pele kick. Interesting. Yeah. You can try, but you still lose. No emotions left. Good to see you. Saban at this time was actually quite good. Yeah, hail Saban. That is true. He did pass 4 years now. Is crazy. Yep, free title matches because that's all TNA had at the time was free title belts. Yep, Christopher Daniels back as champ. The original X Division title belt was all right, but I didn't. I preferred the version that followed it when they broke away from the NWA. Isn't he one of the Detroit Hosehounds now? Yes. This is when he was at his best, though. Not a WWE wrestler near any of them three. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. Just remember that Batman owns this punk. Yeah, they did. Yeah, both of them at this time are three-time X Division Championship champions, which is funny. And then fucking Saban's like, I'm just gonna go and win again and win again, win again, win again, win again. Hail Saber! A year later, of course, he would become part of the Machine Guns. I don't think he does either, James. Appreciate that, Matt. Thank you. To be fair, you're right, James. I don't think Daniels does get enough credit, and it's a shame. His Insigiri is good though. Daniels really. If it wasn't for him, there's no AJ Styles. Fuck knows. So Val just taking in the camera, of course. Yeah. Marilyn Manson, for all the shit he is now, he had some good theme songs. Yeah, and I know. She's lovely. She's genuinely lovely. There's referee Rudy Charles, who unfortunately went to WWE and now he's just fat and lazy. At this point, he was the senior official at TNA. The bell rings, match underway. This is match number 3 of Genesis. And we are 32 minutes into pay-per-view. Collar and elbow tie-up. Into the turnbuckle. Chris Sabin with some pressure here. Now he's rubbing the face of the bald man. Referee Rudy Charles telling Sabin, listen, you Detroit piss take. You fucking do as you're told. Or I'll slap the chins off you. Getting back into collar and elbow tie-up. Daniels with a headlock. Maintaining a good grip and control. Hammerlock into a wrist lock. Both attempts here. He's so underappreciated. Sabin rolls through, kip up, cartwheel, now a handspring. Better than Michael Owens. Slap to the face. It's always good to have multiple screens just to watch wrestling whilst covering it at the same time. Sabin doing his best version of mocking Hulk Hogan. Another collar and elbow tie up. It's good mat wrestling, but it's just fast pace. Maintain a good wrist lock. A head spring from Daniels, but a poke to the eye from Sabin. Now heavy on the attack. Big right hand from Sabin. The crowd is 50-50. Hip toss from the champion. Cover 2. And another hip toss back into the pin. Straight kick out, no count. Went for a third hip toss. Sabin using his strength. Up on the back. Monkey flip. Daniels lands on his feet. There's a hip toss. And to the outside. So good. This is the type of wrestling that is missed right now. Daniels lets Sabin back in the ring. We are back underway. Going for a knuckle lock, caught him off guard. Sabin drops him down. Leapfrog. Got a roll through, drops down. Cartwheel by the champ. Now just washing the face. Sabin getting a wash. A face wash. And stamps his foot into the back of the head. BME. Lovely. A rope assisted version of the best moonsault ever. Sabin's face being taken into turnbuckles. By the third one, and down goes Sabin. Big headbutt from the champ. Cover. 2 count. Daniels went for a shoulder tackle but got caught. And there's a drop kick. Sabin fireman's carry position and drives Daniels face first into the metal railing. Yep, we are back in the ring. Sabin cover, nonchalant. 2 count from Rudy Charles. That's because Brock didn't think he was good enough anymore. But yet Brock was holding down New Japan, which was annoying. No worries, Zodiac. We'll still be here for the next couple hours anyway, so if you want to jump back in, you're more than welcome. Same with Goldberg. I'm glad they didn't get Brock or Goldberg in TNA. Guillotine choke from Sabin. And raking the eyes. Again, the illegal choke. 5 count, always good. Yeah, I've seen it. It's like matches if he never left the company. Like, what matches he could have if he never left the company. I'm like, well, there's only one match, and it was never going to happen, so what's the point? Oh, so good. Up to the top rope. Trio wall position. Oh, turnbuckle drop kick. Sabin in a match that does have disqualifications does have a chair. Oh, here's AJ Styles. AJ's like, absolutely not, mate. I am not letting you have this. Short tights AJ, who will be in action against Christian Cage later on in this show. Daniels crossbody to the outside. I seen something last night that made me laugh because it proved how big of a hypocrite people are. So last night on the AMC Welcome to TNA promo package, right? When the show opened, Jeff Jarrett was not shown at all, which I find kind of strange. I think he'll be 2027 if they decide to. To be honest, an AJ Styles showcase, you can't get a proper good one. There's the STO. A Styles showcase is New Japan, Ring of Honor, TNA, and, well, WWE. But because Jeff Jarrett wasn't in the promo package, there was people saying, "Oh, the reason why is because he's contracted to AEW," and I'm like, "So Samoa Joe," but they showed Samoa Joe in the package, so it makes no sense. What's up, Arn? Good to see you. Sabin going for the Uranagi, drops him. Now he's going for BME, the proper one. Sabin grabbing the ankle. There's a big kick to the skull. Lifts him up over the ropes. Sabin gonna fly. DDT. Right on the chrome dome. What DLCs would you want for 2K26? 2005 and 2009 AJ Styles. The short tights, then the long tights. Then 2016 AJ Styles. Bull Nakano. A proper one. Great Muta. Since he's retired, maybe Sting, so we can do a bit more Sting in the game. The Antichrist Jeff Hardy. Willow, as in Willow the Wisp. Maybe Broken Matt. I don't know. Oh, we caught him. Death Valley Driver. I want Stunning Steve Austin as a DLC. There's the BME. Kick out by Sabin. Now he's signaling the Angel's Wings. What an amazing finisher. Sabin drags his feet. Really good. Dragon Screw. Yes. A brilliant Dragon Screw. And there's a running player's boot. They better not. Speaking of celebrities, Perez Hilton on TNA last night was disgusting. Going for the cradle shot. Counter. Crucifix. 2 count. That was how he won the title. That's how he won the title in this third reign. He used a crucifix on Sabin. It protected Styles from losing the belt. Sabin going for He's got him. Oh, lovely counter. Rolls through. Got him. He rolls through with a leg trap cradle. And a defense for Sabin. Just kidding. Daniels retains. That's the first title match. 2 to go. Sabin, Steelchair, because he's a fan of this channel. There's Jerry Lynn, stops him. Jerry Lynn's like, no, mate, not happening. It was interesting. This is what Jerry Lynn basically did in this period. He was basically telling Sabin, mate, you're not allowed to use the chair. Telling Sabin, shake his hand. Low blow. Surely. Yeah. Warm up, fireman's carry. Cradle shock. Sabin laughing. He's like, I sucked him in, mate. Sabin trying some freestyle. There's Kevin Nash. Austin Starr. The cameraman, Alex Shelley. This is the weird thing about TNA as well, is they were doing this. Kevin Nash was managing the X Division. It's just the weird thing that he was basically trying to find like his next star whilst claiming that he invented the X Division. It was just strange. This is such a lame segment. And Austin Aries becoming Austin Starr was bizarre. Because he was Austin Aries still in Ring of Honor and he was doing Austin Starr here. It was so weird. Kevin, this is not a situation where you're giving birth, mate. Roy Sheen would probably enjoy this segment. Here we go. Austin Starr and Alex Shelley. TV land. I absolutely thought this was funny. So Alex Shelley was given this gimmick of, listen, you're gonna be a cameraman, but you're gonna use it to like record people and like take the mick out of them and all that. And he was like, I don't want this. Like it was Dutch Mantel that told him, you're gonna use the camera because you're gonna use it to your advantage as a heel. And he went, oh, I don't want the camera. I'm a professional wrestler. So Dutch Mantel told him, no, you're using this because it'll help you. Yep, here comes Ron the Truth Killings and Lance Hoyt, or as you people know him as, it is Lance Archer. Ron Killings was fucking amazing. Now he's an absolute joke. This is when Ron Killings meant something to professional wrestling. He means fuck all now. Actually, to be right, he hasn't meant anything to wrestling since 2011. And if anyone wants to come at me for that, I don't care. You went from being a main eventer to a nobody that does dance breaks and clown shoe gimmicks. Lance Hoyt, absolute dope here. Kevin, nothing but a victory. To be fair, there isn't any good NXT talent anyway, so this match will start with Austin Starr and Ron the Truth Killings. A 375 Black Hurricane twist in Budokan Hall. Kevin Nash absolutely saying, mate, I'm 7 feet tall, 318 pounds, and I'm doing 450 splashes. Even though Kevin Nash couldn't fucking do a dive to save himself. Yes, James. Yes. He was a star. Now he isn't a star. TNA last night took away Styles' star power. WWE took away Ron Truth's star power. I'm utterly disgusted by the direction of the X Division. Like, he was absolutely brilliant at this point. To be fair, Kevin Nash at this point was good. He was just funny. Shelley traps the hands on Ron Truth Killings, traps him round, double stomp. Now working the head of Ron Killings. Shelley was underrated. Oh, that's a shame. Bump and grind from Shelley. At this point, he's getting nothing except Earl Hebner in his face. There's a reverse STO from the Truth, and Austin Starr tags in. Trying the kung fu kick. Yo Miyagi. He actually was watching the Karate Kid before this film this show started. That's why he was doing it. Ron the Truth Killings needs to just retire from wrestling. He offers nothing. Killings dancing in front of Austin Starr, thrust kick. And there's a lovely left jab. Austin Starr drops back. Now he's doing a bit of dancing of his own, and it is good. And Truth does like it. Austin jumps up, gets caught. Going for a power slam. Yes. Lance Hoyt, well over 300 pounds. He would eventually join the Rock and Rave Infection. Lovely right hand from Killings. And now he tags in Lance Hoyt. Irish whip, tag style, double hip toss. Double elbow drop. To cover. Shelley breaks it and he kicks Hoyt right in the face. Big knee strikes here. Irish whip. Kick to the face from Austin Starr. Run the ropes. Flapjack. Shelley kicks Hoyt in the back, no effect, but he does get a punch to his face for his troubles. Hoyt, top rope, going for the moonsault. And Shelley's like, not today. Trio woe position. There's a patent at Austin Starr trio woe drop kick. Working the left knee. Neck hanging. Neck breaker. The Amish churn. Neck hanging. Neck breaker. Tag in. There's the Tope Atomico. And there's the same roll through from Shelley. Fantastic move there. Working the leg. He is a big man. Best thing to do. Yes, I have. Stranger Things has a massive problem. There's a back rake from Austin Starr. When we get to the 1 hour 20 mark with the halfway point, we will take just a short intermission. I know it's pay-per-view, like a pay-per-view watch on, but we will take a short intermission because I still actually, because I'm at home alone, double foot to the face of Shelley. I still actually have some clothing in the tumble dryer that I have to put on for another spin. I've been doing all my washing all day, yesterday and today. Basically, I'm prepared for next week. Here comes Ron the Truth Killings back in, working the fist of Shelley. Dex Austin Starr. On the ropes, there's that spinning forearm. Handspin kick drops down with the splits, and Shelley hits Austin Starr. Going for true conviction. Yes, there it is. True Conviction's jawbreaker. But Austin Starr breaks the pin. Not bad. For me, it's Bobby and Gorilla, Mike Tenay and Don West, Jim Ross and Paul Heyman. Lance Hoyt stretching Shelley's legs. There's a leg drop right on the groin from the top rope. You can't play that in your video game. Oh, he went for his high kick but failed. Shelley has Truth trapped. And there's a diving elbow. Hoyt, fireman's carry. Oh, what a big leg trip on the big redwood tree. Oh, right in the hamstring. And then Neil said Saban, sorry, because he does a similar thing. Austin Starr with a big suicide dive through the bottom rope. Shelley top rope. Frog splash on the leg. Austin Starr. He wants the camera. Oh, he went for the figure four. Caught. Free. Truth and Hoyt win the match. Well, that's what happens with Alex Shelley. Don't listen to him. Yep, up next, AJ Styles versus Christian Cage. The best of Christian Cage. Yeah, this is Christian Cage's 1 year anniversary show. The wild thing about Christian Cage is he went 24 months without being pinned in TNA. That's correct. Team Canada tried to recruit him and he said no. Not technically true. JB, like this was so funny. Oh yeah, it is absolutely hilarious. Speaking of Kevin Nash's big fan, here comes Roy Sheen. It's slipping the biscuit in the diesel. How was surgery? No, you didn't. You got hammered yourself. Roy Sheen, why are you using my name in vain? A bold. Every time he said that, he was the biggest star in TNA. Even though he could back it up, it was a bold statement. Considering the fact that Kurt Angle was on over $1 million and Sting was the second highest contract. Now you know. Jeremy Borash is like, maybe I could have a personality like him too. Here we go. A wee brother's a jammy bastard. Either he gets Pushcast Buffon or Lothar Matthäus for his icon pack. He's like, I don't know who to pick. I'm like, Matthäus. It's like asking me who to choose between Candice Michelle and Sleep. Of course I'm choosing Candice Michelle. Here comes Christian Cage. It's okay, Roy Sheen. I understand that you weren't here for those reasons. No, there's no judgment. It was good after this that he went on to wear the long tights. Even though short tights was fun. But yeah, I'm glad it did go okay. Now you can come back to Suck Diesel. Well, it's a diesel. Black tights with white design and trim, whereas AJ Styles in all red bar the black wristbands and the black trim of his knee pads and his kick pads. Collar and elbow tap. Here we go. The two-time at the time Triple Crown winner versus the world title. One moment, please. That's Roy Sheen every time Diesel's getting one. It's good to see Styles with the kicks, the forearms, and the chops. Christian throws him off, drops down, going for a leapfrog. Styles ducks under, and a shoulder tackle. 1 count. And another shoulder tackle. Christian Cage looks like he shat himself, and my eyes were. It's just what Roy Sheen does when Roy Sheen's on the Diesel. Well, Roy Sheen doesn't do that. Going for a collar and elbow tie up, deceived him into a waist lock, now a standing headlock. Yeah, she's a specialist at that. Big knife edge chop. Now a punch to the face. Closed fist. Careful, Christian. You'll get yourself disqualified. Ooh, yes. Irish whip. Styles bounces over the back. Going for a double underhook into the unprettier. Electric chair position. And then just folds him inside out. Now he's going for the Styles Clash. And disappears. Christian's like, I really am being touched. Because a dishwasher must always be left closed. Oops. AJ trying a German suplex, but Christian's holding on well. Kick to the gut from Christian. Caught him. Flapjack. Similar to his old pal, Adam Copeland. Schoolboy pin. 2 count. Flying high up in the sky. Yeah, Flair was very limited in the ring. It was literally just a couple of moves and work the crowd. That was it. Yeah, Rangers have got him on. They signed him on loan with an obligation to buy for 7 million. It's a brilliant move. That's well over 10 million spent in January already, and they're not even done yet. They want another left back, even though they've just signed one, and they want another midfielder and a striker. Scott Olsen, though, I think it's because they're not going to keep Mikey Moore. But it's still a good signing. AJ he went for the apron moonsault. They got shoved to the ground. Face first off the mat. It'd be cool if Rangers could keep Mikey Moore as well. Kermiti's finally found his feet, but I'm still not sure on him. Styles driven into the railing. a half clutch from Christian. But now Styles back to his feet, driving the elbows into the gut of Christian. Lovely kick. Going for the reverse DDT. No, a reverse neck breaker. Lovely pin attempt. Only a 2 count. Now into a rear chin lock. Knee into the back. Into the spine area. Christian is at this point was such an underrated wrestler as well. Like work-wise, he was so underrated. But mind you, working with AJ, everyone has a good match regardless. But this was a fun match. Hiya Tina, how are you doing? The pop-up Hurricane Rana from Styles. I've always wondered how he does that. Big clothesline. Oh, Lance Storm was a phenomenal technician. He was a phenomenal technician, mate. He just had the personality of Mark Goldbridge. Oh, he went for the clothesline, the corner, and face first. I think he's going for the unprettier. Nope, back suplex. Yes. Drives him into the mat. 1, 2. Referee Skip Johnson, or as he was called back then, Velvet Sky's, even in 2008 when it happened, Velvet Sky's personal Blue Chew ref. This is the Abul of wrestling referees. Cage, another chin lock, wrenching and thrusting Styles. Very zesty from Christian. AJ, elbows in, trying to break free. Big forearm over the back. Christian runs the ropes. There's the Yushigoroshi. Tina, that's fantastic. That's absolutely fantastic. I'm glad to hear it. Styles went for a frog splash and missed. Can Christian capitalize? Christian went for a frog splash. Styles goes up to meet him. He's going for a top rope superplex. Christian using his weight advantage. Styles fires back with forearms. Hurricane Rana. Yes, a super Hurricane Rana. I have got a question. They advertised AJ last night. They had him cut a promo. Then they had 2 backstage segments. Is it WWE's fault or TNA's fault? It would have been good. I think it's both. It's both sides, really. And it was disgusting. It was a waste of him. They stole his star power last night and reduced him to nothing. Thanks very much. It's on everything now. It's the Twitch. It's on Twitch. It's on Kick. It's on here. It's on StreamYard. It's on everything that we use. AJ going for the drop kick right in the chin. And the knee drop as well. 2 count. Christian calling for a timeout and some mercy. Calling me for mercy. Gonna show me some mercy. Christian drops him down. Catapult. AJ lands on the middle rope. Asai moonsault DDT. 1, 2, kick out. I love the way he does that, like into the moonsault, then the snap back on the DDT is so fast. AJ getting a bit of his breath back, or as Scousers call it, the vodka. I'm all right, Tina. I'm not too bad, thank you. AJ up to the top rope, moving slowly. Christian runs at me, leaps over, spear! Inside out, better than Adam Copeland. 2, kick out. That spear from Christian, when he actually folds him inside out, was top notch. I actually stand by it. Christian Cage has done the spear every time better than Copeland. Even though I do like Copeland's spear, I just think Cage does it better. That's why I always thought that his finisher should have been. Oh, he's going for the unprettier. AJ again going for the Styles Clash. Bushed up. There's the Pele. I've always preferred as the Impaler DDT as Copeland's finisher. And the spear could have been a good signature. Like the Impaler DDT and his modified Educator, the sharpshooter cloverleaf submission. He never needed the spear. As a finisher anyway. Top rope went for a Hurricane Rana, but got caught in a power bomb. 2 count. Another count. Yeah, Educator and the I don't know what you'll call it now, but the sharpshooter cloverleaf submission. He needs a proper name for it now because you can't call it the Educator anymore. Maybe the Colt. And then the Impaler. Oh, Christian went for the steel chair. Daniels catching the chair. Lets it go. Rolls it through. Oh, he steals the pin. Christian Cage steals the pin on Styles. That was a backfire there. Daniels came to save his friend, and it backfired. A big win here for the unbeaten Christian Cage. 2006 is the best one. It's my favorite one for Genesis. AJ kicking off. There's referee Rudy Charles, who's now ruined in WWE. Daniels arguing with Styles. AJ's proper kicking off. This does lead to his heel turn. Oh, he pie-faced him. There's Jay Lethal and Sean J. Dutt. Earl Hebner's in the ring. There's Rhino. Here comes Rhino. Fresh off drinking in the backstage. Rhino was so good at this time. I didn't like they held the title so short. Great promo from Rhino. Great promo. Which is something that nobody really talks about. Nobody talks about how good he actually was. This is my favorite Genesis promo, Tina. 2006. Nobody really talks about Rhino's promo skills. It's a shame. Oh, it's just the Rhino driver and the gore, and that's it. Telling him to shake his hands. No, Styles grabs the mic. Styles be like, get fucked, mate. I'm not doing this. His heel turn in 06 was a great rivalry with Rhino as well. Apart from Elevation X, that match was awkward as fuck to watch. The long tights and the heel turn is coming. Here we go. JB with America's Most Wanted and Gail moans on Twitter, Kim. He was really good. Best spear in wrestling. Yota Tsuji's going to follow him. That was wild as well. The fact is, Gail Kim got border tossed, but you know what's funny? I watched that episode of Impact live as a kid. Even though America's Most Wanted this time of the baby faces, I actually loved it when Hernandez border tossed her. I was like, this is so good. Great tag team though. You are a fucking Judas. Good to see you, brother. How are you? Abu, if you want to watch it with us, timestamp 1 hour 29:30. Speaking of which, I'll be back in just a minute. Hold on. Let me pause this at 1 hour 29:41. I'm just going to put a little video on the backstage. So give me 2 seconds. Let me change this to all clips. Show more. We're going to take a little wee interval. I'll be back in just a minute. I've nothing against Gail Kim as a wrestler. She's just a moany bitch on social media. Anyway, that's all my washing done. So I'll fold this in the background. I've got a lot of stuff here to put away, but we're going to keep talking. There's a lot of my retro United kits and just some shirts, so you'll get to see that in the background, but I'm going to press play and carry on. We've got an hour and 12 minutes left of this pay-per-view, and then we'll sit and chat for a wee while after that. As you can tell, I've picked up the art of doing laundry really well. It's absolutely funny that James Storm tried to talk Chinese in front of and Korean in front of Gail Kim, and she's like, JB's like, that's a lot of racism. But nah, that's too much racism. We can't do. I thought I got rid of that. Ugh. Oh well, I'll need to get stain remover. At least it's washed. It's just that stain. I don't know. Can't get rid of it. There's the promo package of this show. There's the border toss. Boom! Folded her. I've not wore this in quite a while. $1991 Cup Winners' Cup shirt. I know I'm folding these for now, but I actually do have fucking. They do get hung up in my wardrobe. It's just right now I just want to tie them up and make it easier. That one's not dry yet. I can go in my door. That'll go in my radiator. That's correct. They copied it, but it made more. It was more important. 1957 FA Cup shirt. But you are right. Like they did copy WWE basically. They did kind of do it better though. The AMW theme was so good. You know me, man. There's more to come. Euro 2020/21 Germany shirt. I hated LAX with Conan. I preferred it when they abandoned Conan. Because Conan is a prick. And he sucked. Last Euro's shirt was the Germans. Run before the Germans get there, exactly. Washed and in good style. That looks so good still. FC Jesk. Kings of the qualifiers. Yes, sir. Abu wants to talk about shirts. Well, you went from a Spider-Man shirt. There's one for you. Deutschland are the kings of the qualifiers. Match is underway, however. The violence is on the way. Yeah, exactly. Game of Thrones t-shirt, nice and clean. We'll reorganize all these after the show. Absolutely. And Musiala's back today, which means he'll be ready for the World Cup. The undisputed main best player of the team will be ready for the World Cup. Can't wait. James Storm starts the match with Homicide. He tags in Wildcat Chris Harris. Yep, Game of Thrones. Knights of the Seven Kingdoms starts on Monday. I think Carl's going to be really good in the Germany squad if he goes to the World Cup. I do wonder if Nagelsmann will play with multiple 10s or if he'll play with just one and then plays wide players. I do wonder what he'll do. I personally would prefer the multi-10 option and then bring Carl off the bench because he's excellent. This is a bit of a laundry fix, folks, but has to be done. It needs to be folded. But at least you still get my commentary. Chris Harris going for a front face suplex on Hernandez. Backfires, of course. Tags Homicide back in. Head scissor takedown from Hernandez, or best known as Supermax. And there's a springboard drop, leg drop. It's a lot of white here. I agree. And the crazy thing is when you look at Germany's talent being produced, you've got Karl, you've got Pavlovich, you've got Stiller, Musiala. There's a lot of good attackers there as well. Like Voltamada is the next Voller, but they've got some good options. It's just can they get it right? But they have to start playing. They need to start playing Nubel in goal. I would play a wide attacking 4-2-3-1 at the World Cup. I know Florian Wirtz is good for Germany, but if it's between him and Musiala as a lone number 10, Musiala starts every time. Unless you play him out wide. Then Karl on the right wing, maybe. Have like Musiala as like an inverted winger, so he can play like the more creative role, maybe. I don't know. And then Karl can be the more natural winger. Then maybe Sane or Nabry off the bench as natural wingers and stretch teams. Wildcat Chris Harris, southpaw strikes. Homicide went for a cutter. There's a spine buster. Both Chris Harris and Homicide are down as we speak. James Storm trying to get a tag. USA chant going through the impact zone. Here comes James Storm. He's got both members of LAX in the ring. Conan is up on the steps. Who would you have as a lone striker? Voltamada. And then I would have Burkhart as the backup. I think Adeyemi potentially is a winger for Germany at the World Cup, maybe. There's a Hurricane Rana from James Storm. Adeyemi, to be fair, I don't know if Werner will get back in the Germany team, but he would still be a good left wing option. I might do a Germany, like who I would have in the Germany squad as like a random video on the Twitch and Kick channels, but not on YouTube because I don't train on YouTube anyway. But there's a lot that I would do. Voltamada could win Germany the World Cup. If not, he definitely will in the next couple of years take them to an international trophy. Like, he's got the ability. Big suplex from Wildcat Chris Harris. Irish whip from Storm. Homicide tried a float over, got caught. Yep, they were going for the death sentence, got countered. Right, I'll turn this off, the camera off for 2 seconds, but I'm still going to be here. Top rope belly to belly suplex. 2 count only. Big splash indeed that backfires. Yep, he went for catatonic and backfired, going for Gringo Killer. And shoves him into Hernandez. That's the clothesline. There's a lovely Ensegiri on Hernandez. Diving clothesline from Chris Harris. This is good tactical skills here. Blow torch on the back of the head. There's the win. LAX defend the tag titles. Well, they are heels. That's what you're supposed to do. Slapjack on Chris Harris. Big attack there. Gail Kim in the ring. Gail Kim is in trouble. There's Petey Williams. She should have taken the Gringo Killer. Here comes Pee Wee Herman. Sorry, Jim Cornette. Right, Jim, we get it. You're fat. We get it. Yep, they stripped them of the titles, which was a bad idea. This is where LOL TNA came from. It was a terrible decision. Mike TNA, you're a great commentator, but shut up. You paid shill. You stooge. You're going through as a country that you instigated. Yep. Up next, Sting versus Abyss for the world title. Sting's first defense. Back on screen in just a few minutes, folks. James Mitchell, incredible promo. James Mitchell was an amazing promo. And the real Abyss. Sting. To be fair, they actually did at one point. It's on YouTube. Percy Pringle versus James Mitchell. It is on YouTube. Not as a match, but a face-off. This match is the one thing that went wrong with TNA. Like, this is the one match on this pay-per-view where TNA's own rules went wrong. Yes, I know. I've known that for years. Chris Parks should not be in WWE. He deserves better. That's what TNA is missing. Bobby Roode, AJ Styles, Chris Parks, Jeremy Borash, they should say, fuck this, leave WWE and go to TNA. Go back to TNA. £252, 21-year pro, versus the £350 monster, 11-year pro at the time. Such a good entrance as well. Boom. He should have been a multi-time world champion. I like the continuity they actually have in this match. There's a particular moment that happens in this match that happened on the Impact before it that was brilliant. Here comes the world champ. A slight homage of Crow and Surfer Sting. And the match is underway. We don't need no introductions. We know who they are. There we go. Right, it's all done. See? Look. Neat and tidy. Okay, this is the semi-main event. The world title match will then be followed by Samoa Joe versus Sting. Sorry, Samoa Joe versus Kurt Angle. We're almost at the 2-hour mark of this stream as well. Of this pay-per-view. Sting grabbing the hair of Abyss, yanking him off the stage. So good. I did like this modified version of Sting's gear, like a mixture of Crow Sting with Surfer Sting before he went back to the Crow Sting full look. But Sting's shape at this point was incredible. Sting, full speed, went for the Scorpion, the Stinger Splash, sorry, missed it, hit off the guardrail. Now he's got a steel chair. Steel chair off the back. Referee not calling for the bell. Setting up tables at the end of the stage. Now he's getting the barbed wire. Yep, barbed wire boards on top of the tails. Sting in the wolf pack made no sense. Best going for a power bomb on Sting off the stage. James Mitchell telling him, "Don't, you'll get disqualified." Here comes Sting firing back with the rights. It's just a fight. Champion and challenger just squaring off. And he throws the champion into the barricade. Mitchell telling Abyss, focus. Some chubby, scary guy in the front row. Looks like he weighs about 600 pounds. Yokozuna would be proud. Double axe handle on the back of Sting. Now, standing chin lock. Squeezing the skull of the champion. About 100 pounds difference of weight in favor of the challenger. Sting driving the elbows into the ribs, the backhand to the face. Full speed Stinger splash, yes. Now a Stinger splash on the back. Now kicking the legs and hamstring. A third Stinger splash, yes. Working the hamstring tactic. One count throws him off. Abyss standing up. Abyss up to the middle rope. Going for a superplex on the champ. Sting punching away, countering the challenger. There's a Mongolian chop. Sting going for a big top rope splash. Got him. Abyss was like, I ain't getting pinned. And then he flats back down for the cover. 2 count only. Sting going for another Stinger splash. Eats a big boot. They did. They had some really good ones. Apart from the last rights match. That sucked. Abyss with the world title in his hand. The NWA World's Heavyweight Championship. Went to strike the champ in the face. Going for the Scorpion Deathlock. There we go. Scorpion Deathlock. Challenger's in trouble, but he makes to the rope. Yeah, primetime special match. Sting versus Kurt Angle was dope. When Abyss tapped out for the first time. Black hole slam. Sting got caught, but he did break out just. James Mitchell telling him, you need to get fired up. Going for a choke slam. Sting's like, hell no. Oh, ref bump. Rudy Charles knocked down. The NWA World title means nothing now. It was good until 2006. It means shithole now. Sting's got the back a bit. The Bat Abyss has got the thumbtacks. And there's the bat on the back. Boom! Scorpion death drop. Rudy Charles recovering. 1, 2, and Mitchell stops the count. Yeah, Sting's the world title. Sting's the world champion in this match. Sting removes the thumbtacks from the bag. Spacing them out, but Abyss, hand up, calling for the... Oh, drops out the way. Forearm. Caught. Going for the choke slam. Boom. Through the thumbtacks. As Abyss does in his mask. Not kidding, he does do that. Sting going for the pin. The champ is down. The challenger's awake. Here's the ref. And Sting kicks out and he's up. Sting's fired up. Here we go. He's telling him, hell no, mate. Sting bleeding from the back from the thumbtacks. He's got some planted in his ribs, his back, his elbow, and his ass. He has been thumbtacked. There's a drop toe hold. Oh, face into the tacks. Again, going for the Scorpion. The second deathlock. There it is. The second deathlock. James Mitchell up on the apron. Abyss is tapping out. That's a bingo. James Mitchell protecting Abyss. Sweeps the leg, going for the deathlock on James Mitchell. And he's tapping out. It was always good to see James Mitchell get a beating. He was a good heel manager. Abyss to the outside. Sting following suit. This is where it all goes to hell for Sting. Sting, Steelchair. Smacking the challenger. He's going to tie him up. Look, he's got the ropes. The rappel ropes. This is not. This is where I get a criticism of TNA. This is where it goes wrong. Like, this makes no sense. Tying the legs up on the rappel. There we go. He's been tied up. One leg already trapped. There's one. Now he's going to trap the second one. There we go. Rudy Charles is right. Like, he can't do this. He's right. He shouldn't have done this. There's Abyss hanging upside down. Bear in mind, this guy is nearly 7 feet tall. He's above the ring. He's gonna hang. He's gonna tie up. He's gonna hook up the rappel to the ropes. There, that's it hooked. There is no honor or dignity in this one. Sting's lost all meaning in this one. Now he's whacking him with a chair. 2. 3. Chair to the face. Sting's completely lost control. Here comes the problem. Sting brings Abyss down, frees the challenger from his trap. This is a world title fight, and what should have happened by now? What should the referee have done by now? Sting dragging Abyss up the ramp. Yep, Don West is correct. He's got the barbed wire table. Sting going for the choke slam, and he shoves the ref. And a second time shoves Rudy Charles. Now he clotheslines the ref. And Rudy Charles is called for the bell. And there's a choke slam through the tables. Now, who got screwed? Sting posing all the power. Here's the problem. NWA title belt was with TNA for 5 years. What was the one thing that only happened to Sting? The only one this happened to was Sting. What happened to Sting? He's now realized, oh shit, what have I done? He's like, oh shit. I'm fucked now. He's like, oh. James Mitchell won. But at what cost? You know what that means? Sting, say goodbye to your championship. A stupid rule. No, he didn't get suspended. He lost the title by DQ. He's the only person to do it. It was a pathetic rule. Even though there was multiple chair shots from both sides, Sting lost by DQ. And he lost his title. I hate this rule. Of all people you do it to Sting. He snapped, but it shouldn't have led to him being a DQ loss. It should have led to him being snapped and getting pinned by Abyss, but no, they fucking ruined it. It was a stupid rule. And now Sting's like, oh fuck. Maintain honor and respect and chose to go barbaric. Dope. The Kurt Angle promo package. Here we go. Where's VAR when you need it? I hated this rule. Like, it made no sense. Kurt Angle's debut in TNA is still the greatest moment in TNA history. Yeah. It was a rule they brought in 2002 where basically if you get DQ'd, you can lose your title. But the only person who lost the belt in the entirety of the 5-year run of that rule was Sting. Even though Jeff Jarrett had more use of a DQ than anybody in terms of guitar shots. It was ridiculous. The only thing TNA got wrong with this feud, but it wasn't their fault, they rushed this. The match is phenomenal, but they rushed this. They should have waited. Their first match should have been for the world title. After Angle won it. Or Joe versus Angle, as Joe's the champ, Angle beats him. But nah. At this point, AJ Styles was, at this moment, the third best wrestler in the world. Angle and Joe were the two best in the world. Then it's AJ. It was incredible. But they should never have went to this match so quickly. But it was such a good attention, and the buy rate was up there. But they could have waited. Slammiversary or BFG 07 instead of Sting Angle. But again, it happened. But they still had amazing matches. Thank God. There's Joe. No, he wasn't. Not at this time. Good worker, but no. 96, Sean, yeah. This version of Sean, nah. Joe at this point was unreal. And to be fair, AJ and Sean as an equal is relatively reasonable. The best was in TNA. It's not even close. And this is the best entrance in wrestling. To be fair, even in the mid 2000s, HBK's best year was 2003, 2004. 06 was strange. 05 was not bad, actually. 07 was better. 08 was a good year. 09 and 2010. Yeah. One of those was a match of the year. Just one. The second one. The first one was enjoyable. To be fair, HBK versus Taker were great matches. Alongside that, you had Joe versus Angle match of the years. You had Styles and Angle match of the years. It really is subjective from that period. HBK's best matches, though, at that time was Taker and Jericho. I stand by that. AJ Styles versus Angle never had matches as good as Kurt versus AJ. Their last man standing match, the TV match for the world title, the Genesis match. Come on. The only problem with this match is that good. Angle gets concussed. Kurt versus HBK was good. It was good. I liked it. That feud with Vince was awful. 100%. It was awful. Kurt versus HBK, honestly, is a phenomenal match. I'm not saying any different, but give me Kurt versus AJ on Impact. I'm happy. What's up, Marty? We're just talking match as well as doing a pay-per-view watch along. Yeah, it was. I never said it wasn't. Like I like that match. I just prefer other matches. I just prefer other matches involving both of them, but that match was really good. If you could pick 3 wrestlers who have never been in TNA from the WWF era, who would have been? From the WWF era? Brett, Owen, Chris Jericho. I'm not sure if Shawn Michaels in TNA. I don't know. That's why I'm thinking more logical. Like, I'm just going logical based on the talent. I wouldn't mind an HBK in TNA, though. At that period. Would have been dope. Yeah, the match was really good. I just prefer other matches. That's just, for me, that's just how it is. Joe with a swift right hand to Angle in the chin. Irish whip, drags him back. Kurt, lovely counters there. Irish whip. Over the top, belly suplex. What improvements would you like to see on Impact next week? The entire show changing format. Less ad breaks, less WWE nonsense, and just be TNA. I want to see more matches. I want to see more match-based storytelling. I want to see less of the Elegance brand. I want to see them actually use talent that can work. And I want them to stop with the goofy shit that doesn't make sense. That's exactly why I would change. That episode of Impact last night was the worst I've ever seen. It's worse than the Hogan era. There, I've said it. Jericho HBK ladder match was, in my opinion, better than their WrestleMania match, and I love that WrestleMania match. It's one of my favorite Mania matches. Like, I would honestly, I would change everything for Impact, but God Almighty, that episode last night was horrible. Yeah, and after what happened, after the show ended, he won't be champion for long. TNA last night let themselves down after the show ended. Do you want to know how bad it was? It was only good for the main event. That was it. The main event was the only good thing about last night's Impact show. That was it. The main event. The first 90 minutes of the show wasn't TNA. The last 25, 30 minutes, that was TNA. It was horrible. After the show ended, they did a post-match angle with Nemeth, Kazarian, and Santana. Nemeth came out to attack the champion during his post-match celebration, winning the world title. He then tried to cash in the Call Your Shot gauntlet, to which point Santino and Daria Ray came out, changed everything. Santino announced a world title rematch for Genesis. Okay. And he confirmed it was a Texas death match. I'm all right with that. Good choice. They're in Dallas. But then Daria Ray came out and announced that Nick Nemeth is going to be the special guest referee for the Texas death match at Genesis. And he can still use his Call Your Shot gauntlet anytime he wants. This is why I said Nemeth should have won the title, because it protects Santana, and then we let Santana recover a bit. Because Santana got shafted during his first title reign by that moron Carlos Silva, Delirious, and Tommy Dreamer. They fucked him up. That's why he deserves a bit of a break. That's why I never said Santana's not a bad champion. I'm protecting him in that way. But I want to see where he goes. Yeah, 1 point. It's the lowest rated event of 2026. And it's the lowest rated TNA event recorded on Cage Match. Kurt Angle busted open. He is now concussed as well. Like, he is actually concussed at this moment. But now this is where Joe has to lead, unfortunately. Not in a bad way. It's just that even though the match is still good, it's just a shame that Kurt was concussed. Aberdeen have signed Lyle Cameron from Rangers. Why? Oh, Rangers won 5-0. Okay. Nice. Right, go and sign Silas Anderson now, please. Chukwane debut, good. Miovski hat-trick, well, now you better start scoring goals, mate, in the league. And Asgard free kick, love it. Dixie Carter. She should never have been there. I will never forgive her. I'm sorry, I will never forgive her. Angle completely covered in blood. Wait a minute, Chester. You're forgetting 08 and 09 were good as well. That 7-year period was their best. Bobby Roode in 2011 and bits of in the early parts of 2012 was really good. But apart from that, that is their best era. 02 to 09 is their best era. Angle, big European uppercut. It was because of Angle. Who do you think signed Kurt Angle? Jeff Jarrett? Jeff Jarrett signed him. Dixie was like, okay, I approve it, but it was Kurt that got the reach out from Jeff. I'm glad that she approved that signing though, but 3 years later she brought Hulk Hogan and Bischoff to TNA instead of Paul Heyman. and then she got TNA kicked off Spike. I will never forgive Dixie Carter for that. I don't like Paul Heyman, but I would have preferred Heyman in the creative team than Bischoff and Hogan. What a slap. Guillotine choke from Kurt. Huge. Should TNA give EC3 another chance? You know what's funny? I actually thought he was going to re-debut last night. I think they will give him another chance. I don't know if it's the right decision, but I do think they will give him another chance. I wonder how Josiah's getting on watching. We're at 62 views. Thanks, folks. I wonder how Josiah's getting on at SmackDown. I hope he's still surviving. Joe with a swift jab, Angle with the heavy hooks, but now the jabs from Joe. Joe caught German suplex. Angle maintains waist grip. He is the man. Joe trying to elbow off, trying to get the pit bull that is Kurt Angle to let go, but he just won't do it. He tried that release German suplex, but he was concussed. That's an unfortunate. That is a botch, but that's because Kurt is concussed, but it's just unlucky. No, I wouldn't. They signed Hogan when it made no sense. They brought in Hogan thinking, oh yeah, we can do this, but Hogan is the opposite of TNA. Whereas at least the reason why I've got no issue with Paul Heyman going to TNA at the time is because of what Paul Heyman represented. In terms of like the high flyers and the technical wrestling, the more realistic gimmicks. Hogan, he just Hogan only did 2.5 good things in TNA. There's the muscle buster from Samoa Joe. Kurt kicks out. Hogan wouldn't be in my like if I was offered the chance to sign 20 wrestlers or Hulk Hogan, I'm choosing 20 wrestlers. I would, if I was a promoter, I would never sign Hulk Hogan. Never. The only time I would do it is if it was like the NWO. But at that point, I'm still making reservations, like, because I'm just like, I don't know. But he wouldn't even be like my first choice at any point. Angle, gut kick. There's the Angle slam. I understand why they signed him. I understand why they signed him because it helped get to Nitro. But they kept him a babyface for too long. Straps are down. The whole there was only 2.5 good things of the Hogan era. Kurt Angle's run up to Bound for Glory when he went through all the ranked wrestlers. Bobby Roode does the It Factor heel. And then the half was Jeff Hardy's heel turn. They just botched after that, unfortunately. There were so many people they brought in that they didn't need. And it just ruined the product. Lovely counter from the ankle lock into the Coquina clutch. Like I'm saying, I don't disagree with Ted Turner and Eric Bischoff signing Hulk Hogan. I don't disagree with it. It's just for what I like, not my thing. Yes, Emilio, spot on. We got it too early, but we got it nonetheless. Angle using the ankle lock to break the Kakina clutch. Now he's got him trapped. Is he going to grapevine? Look at this positioning. Oh, I've got some bad news for everybody as well regarding Kurt Angle. Joe, again, breaks out the ankle lock. Runs full speed, gets caught. Olympic slam. There it is. I love this. Kurt's like, yep, okay, cool, cool, cool. Straps up. He's like, pure chill. Fuck this. Straps back down. And there's the grapevine. Joe is trapped. This is professional wrestling. At his best. Look at the face of Joe. He's terrified. Fear. Tap out. Chef's kiss. "17 months. The ankle lock. Yep. Joe calling for a microphone. Kurt's like, see ya, I'm off. And the "you tapped out" chants. Angle being shouted. I hate the "you tap out" chants, but only when it's to someone as good as this. It feels the chant's stupid. Good words from Joe. Wait for it. I love when he done that. That was brilliant. Says nothing. No handshake. Joe's like, yeah, just wait, mate. I'll get you. Oh, fuck off. Leon Slater's on SmackDown. No one tell me this partnership is fucking good ever again. All you blind, delusional fuckers. The WWE TNA partnership's good. The X Division champion is meant to be on pay-per-view. Visa issues. Conveniently, he's at SmackDown. Fuck off. Nah, get fucked. Yeah, they got their money's worth for sure. It should have been at Slammiversary or Bound for Glory. But nah. Great match. I love the fact we got a trilogy. Angle taps out for the first time in a proper match that's not 2 out of 3 falls. Just like a one-on-one match. Angle taps out in the rematch. and then they go the Iron Man 30 minutes. Angle wins that, then he faces Christian for the world title, loses that, then he wins the title sacrifice. And then obviously it led to the title being vacated. But I said I had some bad news about Kurt. So now they've brought back the IWGP Heavyweight Championship. They've brought back the IWGP Heavyweight Championship now under Yota Tsuji. Because of the title lineage, Kurt Angle's title reign is now no longer recognized. Pain. I'm still counting it. Because he won the damn thing from that fool Brock Lesnar. Visa issues. What a load of nonsense. I'm actually angry. Right, anyway, let me hang me that down for a second, and I'm gonna stop the video for 2 seconds. No one tell me about this. What did you think about Joe's theme? It was awesome. I liked it. Right, I'll be back in 2 seconds. I don't want people anymore telling me that this is a good partnership. I'm sorry, but no. I don't want anyone telling me that ever again. They've tampered with this. They've full on tampered with this. I love Leon Slayer, but this is not the way to do this. You know? Like, that's not right. Like, that's disgusting. And the worst thing is, I'm probably the only one that's going to care. You wonder why I fucking hate them sometimes. Like that. That's ridiculous. What's up, Fernando? We've just finished the watch along side of it. Now we're just going to do a little conversation. But as you can tell, I'm angry. People that say this partnership's good. No, not after this. It's not what Leon Slater did wrong. It's the fact that WWE have shafted TNA again. Visa issues when he's meant to be defending his title. Conveniently, he's on the SmackDown show tonight. Like, he's actually on SmackDown. It's a fucking joke. Good for him. Thanks, Chester. Like all for one. Like, good for Leon Slater. I've got nothing against Leon Slater. Before anyone says, "Oh, I'm hating on Slater," no, I'm not. I'm a big fan of Leon Slater. I love watching him on the indie scene. Before he even got to TNA, I just don't like the way this is being handled. This is not right. Like, you're a main champion. They say it's because of visa issues. They're claiming it's visa issues, dude. When in actual respect, it's basically WWE going, no, we really want him. We want him on our show. So he's not on the pay-per-view because he's at SmackDown in London. When they really needed him. We could have had Styles and Slater set up last night instead of wasting Styles for 95 seconds. This is horrible. That's horrible. Which part's clearly a lie? I'm just asking. Which part? The visa issues or WWE shafting TNA? Which part? Now, there were some people that had visa issues last night, but he's your X Division champion. There should be no issues there. None. Chester, once the partnership ends, I'm going to fucking dance all over it like a gravesite. I'm going to dance all over it and celebrate. It's a fucking horrible, horrible partnership. There's nothing TNA right now about TNA. Yeah, alright, oh sorry, yeah, that's what you meant. That's clearly a lie. Yeah. I call it as well. I call bullshit on it as well. It's because TNA are happy to just let him go to WWE. Just say it. Oh, by the way, he's going to be on a WWE show. Nobody's going to argue or having like that if they just say it like this. It's the lying and the bullshit that comes with it. And I'm sick of it. That is not how it is supposed to work. You're pissing off your core audience, but there's some people are going to say, yay, Leon Slater on SmackDown. Yay. Whereas they're like trained seals. That's not how you do things. That's not good business. If that had been any other promotion, they would be trained sniper all over them. This is disgusting. I want to get people. I'm actually going to put up as a banner. I want to get your opinion, folks. Hold on. I'm going to put a specific banner. Give me a second. that banner. What I want to ask is, what do you guys actually think about this? How does this make you feel? I'm not here to I don't want to instigate hate. I don't want to instigate issues. I just want to know what you guys think about this. How do you react? How do you feel? Because me, I think it's bloody disgusting. Yeah, I know it was on mute, James. Don't worry, I recognised that and then quickly changed it. But I want to know what you guys think. Be honest. If you like it, that's okay. If you don't like it, I want to hear it. Like, I really want to hear it. Because this, to me, is not acceptable. This new logo looks so good. I like our new logo. I think that's a fair thing. It makes you cringe and physically sick. Yep. Wait till I bet you any money Matt Hardy will say, "Oh, great for Leon Slater to get a chance like this." It's stuff like that that's just absolutely infuriating. I would just love to know why they're doing this. I'm not blaming Leon Slater. Maria, you're taking me way out of context. In what way am I blaming Leon Slater? I'm not blaming Leon Slater. I'm blaming the decisions that have been made that have actually hurt the product. You look at last night, how bad that Impact episode was. That show is what, 10-15% better if Leon Slater's there? They've replaced an X Division champion with Joe Hendry for tomorrow's Genesis as well. I'm not blaming Leon Slater. I'm blaming WWE. Conveniently, I'm blaming the situation in hand. Conveniently, he's now got visa issues, which is nonsense. I'm not blaming Leon Slater at all. I'm blaming those above him because this is a joke. Like, I don't understand why they're conveniently just lying now. It seems too sus for me, you know? Now, for all states and purposes, Leon Slater is back in the UK, he's wrestling, okay. Cool. Conveniently, just before the TNA premiere episode on AMC and the first TNA pay-per-view of 2026 where he is advertised for a title match. I'm sorry, but that's... Nah. That's sus as hell. I don't blame Leon Slater. I don't. I blame those above. The real ones that are the problem. Ugh, and unfortunately, we have to suffer Cora Jade and TNA now as well. Ugh. Fucking disgusting. Yo, I'm gonna check one thing as well. 2 seconds. Let me check something in the background. I want to check one thing. So I went and looked. Yes, Sting was on this one, mate. So I just had a look. Do you want to guess what Leon Slater did on this SmackDown episode? Do you want me to tell you? Leon Slater's contract doesn't expire until the end of 2026. 3-year deal expires at the end of this year. So he's still got about 10 months, 11 months left. But if you do take the title off him, I mean, Muhammad Ali's right there. Option C. I like Leon Slater, but I think it's just weird. But do you want to guess what? Do you want me to tell you what he did? In fact, I'm going to make you laugh. We're going to do a poll, and we'll see how fast you lot are. We're going to do a poll. Let's see what everybody thinks. Poll in the chat. What do you lot think he did? Bear in mind, SmackDown is on right now for all of you. You could technically watch it right now. But what do you guys think he did? Was it A, random segment, B, job to Carmelo Hayes, or C, get bullied by The Miz? Yeah. You don't get SmackDown until 8 p.m. Well, I'm saving your soul right now. Slightly. All I'll say is, for all that voted, for all that have voted, I'm not going to tell you what the answer is. I'm going to let your minds do the talking based on what you've all voted. If you think you voted for the right answer, you might have done. I can confirm he was not bullied by The Miz. I just put that in there because WWE are ridiculously stupid when it comes to The Miz. So I thought I would just name it. It is one of the top two, by the way. It's one of the top two choices I put in the poll. That's all I'm going to say. And that's now put me off not bothering. And Maria, you're right. TNA do deserve all the blame. TNA do deserve all the blame. But how on earth did WWE manage to get them on their show as well? That's the part that's got me confused. No predictions for Genesis. Nah, because I'm keeping my title belt. Nah, I did say that the first predictions was going to be for you lot for the Rumble. I think they've got a UK tour at the start, like within the next couple of months, I think. I'll need to check, I could be wrong. But I know obviously they'll be doing a lot for All In, but I just don't like how they've done this. It's just it actually is insufferable. So another fair point as well. Fernando, he could say no. Maybe he had no choice. I don't know, but I definitely don't like I don't like what has happened. I think it's a indication of just how bad and what is going to happen with things to come. You know, but it's not like you've put an indie talent on here, like on your show. You've actually put on a signed champion to a company you claim to have a partnership with. You just conveniently have their talent on your show when they're supposed to be at a pay-per-view defending a title. If they've got supposedly visa issues, why are they still advertising Leon Slater for the AMC show and the Genesis show when they should be telling people in advance, long before, like 2-3 weeks ago? If you're having visa issues, they should know by now. This is just convenience. There's no excuse. TNA have no excuse. That's honestly really annoyed me. That has really, really fucking annoyed me. But what have you all thought of the watch-alongs this week? Have you enjoyed them? Let me know. I mean, I can't do watch-alongs all the time, so all I ask is never to ask me, oh, when are we doing like full pay-per-view watch-alongs again? All that. I can't. But I will say, oh, we're doing like a watch-along of a match, or we might do a pay-per-view this week, or we might do something this week. Like I can't do them all the time. You know, like I can't physically do it all the time. I can only do it whenever. It's tricky, but I'm glad we've been able to do it this week. I've really enjoyed it. TNA should be ashamed of themselves. The people that work there should be ashamed of themselves as well. Absolutely. Thanks for that, Chester. I really do appreciate it. We have done well this week in terms of what we've brought to the channel, the content. We've done well, and I've really enjoyed it. Everyone's got involved from the off. It's been really good. And I've got all you all to thank. Like I really do. Like there's no other way that I can state it. You know, like I can only be as honest as I can. And you guys have been great. Tonight was great. Brings back good nostalgia. Yeah, which is why I've been thinking. And I'm going to put it in the chat as a poll, and I want you guys to think before you vote. Don't vote until you've thought about the question. Yes, he did. I'm thinking the modern US wrestling might not be for me anymore. And maybe just pay-per-view previews and reviews where we do it on the Just Free Guys show. Maybe for main content going forward, maybe we just go back to the 80s, like 80s, 90s, early 2000s. But the most of the modern stuff is Japan and Mexico and UK wrestling. I think I'm losing. I think the current landscape of wrestling, the current US scene, is not for me anymore. Maybe AEW slightly. TNA, it depends. WWE, not so much. WWE really doesn't think about me as a fan, like my type of fandom anymore. But what do you guys think? I'm not dropping like our game series, by the way. Like the game series are they're untouched. The watch along streams we do are untouched. The quiz streams are untouched. I mean, like, genuine content. It's just, do you want me to keep discussing current WWE, TNA, AEW, or do you want me to do classic TNA, go back and watch and review? Same with Ring of Honor. Same with WWE, 90s to, say, 2007, 2008. WCW, all that classic NWA. Or you want me to keep with the current stuff, do a little bit of the classic? Because I feel like Japanese and the current Mexican scene, I'm happy with. I'm safe with that. It's catered to me. But it's becoming difficult. What's your favorite Mexican food? Oh, this is gonna hurt. I don't like any Mexican food. Sorry. It's not because I don't. It's nothing to do with them. It's just I don't like certain types of food, and I don't like Mexican cuisine. I'm not getting rid of the discussions, Maria. What I mean is, would you like me to do more of like the classic stuff, like go back like the 80s scene all the way through, and we do that as more content driven as well as just the modern stuff. You know, like really mix it up, like fire in like 90s ECW, 90s WCW, late 80s NWA into WCW. I mean, like all that. I mean, like really, really show off in the right way. No, I don't like it. Like guacamole and nut. But that's interesting. So, what about New Japan? Are you losing interest in? Because that's interesting. Because if I'm losing interest in certain things, it'll save your love as well. Maybe that's something we can figure out. Don't worry. I told you. I told you. The gaming streams will not be affected. Don't worry. I love wrestling in general. I just think I'm just struggling with the modern thing, because when you look at the current reality of wrestling, is it really giving you what you want? I don't know. I appreciate that, James. Thank you. It's not that I don't. It's, to be fair, right? If you look at what I like as food, not all Mexican food is spicy, but I'm not good with spicy food. So for me, I would have to pick and choose. Therefore, I would really ruin Mexican cuisine by being bland. Sorry, dude. The answer's no. Sorry. Hey, Roisin. That's okay. Like I say, this is a fair community. Everyone gets their voice. Everyone gets to say what they think and feel. I'm just presenting the idea to you. Start doing more Crockett promotions, NWA. You got it. I'm happy to do that. I am more than happy to do that. Now we're getting somewhere. Ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, every single one of you, I want you to give me 5 things each, maximum 5, if you can. And you're not allowed to say the SWA streams or the Fatal 4-Way My GM. I mean like the actual real life wrestling stuff. Name 5 things you either want me to bring in or get rid of. I want 5 things. I mentioned 90s ECW. I would like that. Same here, James. Completely, mate. Completely. As best you can, 5 things that you would like me to bring in or remove in terms of like the real, like the actual real life live action wrestling. I want to hear it. Crockett or Smoky Mountain? Crockett I can certainly do. Smoky Mountain might be difficult to watch. I'll need to find ways to watch that though, because I don't know. AWA World Class Wrestling? We can try. I'm thinking about actually going back and reviewing it as a product. Like maybe try to review it like an 80s product based on like the modern opinion and how we can mold our views to that and just have fun with it. Like 80s, 90s WWF, like all that as well. Like I mean, like really go into it and discuss. But that's what I'm thinking. Like this is more than just the current stuff could be better or should it be better. But I mean, like we also deserve to get to see what really brought wrestling to the dance. I'd like more New Japan, less Raw. Well, you're lucky with that because I don't really cover Raw as much anymore. The Insane Clown Posse, ICP. Not a bad idea. But yeah, like, drop me some suggestions. Have you seen any All Japan? I have, yeah. I have. I really do like All Japan. NWA from the 80s and 90s, We can certainly do that because they had good TV on the Superstation and they had good pay-per-views. I'm happy with that. Let me just close that off. I appreciate everyone getting involved in this as well. Like I say, this is a channel where people are welcome. Your opinions matter. Your views matter. It's the strength of the community that makes us more fun. And I just want you guys to be like, oh, he's just telling us like what we're doing. Oh wait, he's actually including us. Wow, he makes us feel important. Like I said in that stream, I remember when everyone's first shows were. I remember everyone's first show. I might not remember your first message. But I remember your first shows. More UK indie reviews, WCW pay-per-view reviews, / watchalongs, wrestling documentary reviews. Like it, WWF pay. Okay, I like that. Triple Crown Championship matches from Japan. That's a fucking great shout. That is a fucking great shout. You see, you're all important. I might be the face that runs the place. I might be the owner of this channel, hence my new beautiful logo. But your opinions matter. Your views matter. A full retrospective of the superstar Billy Jack case. I mean, at least it's not John Cena. I mean, like, let's just really sink our teeth into why we are wrestling fans. You know? Let's really dive in. Let's have some fun. People want their channels to be financial growths and they see YouTube as a job and that's okay and they want to build for what they think will be monetization and enjoying that and that's okay. We're here to get off on wrestling in the right way. Not the Abu way, which is Blue Chew. We get off in the excitement of pro wrestling. And we do it in that way and we just fire in and we just discuss everything as best we can and we bring our own individual opinions. You know what we can do now because of Talk Studio? I'm going to tell you all right now how important you all are. I can have a maximum on stream 7 people. Actually, hold on. Scrap that. I can have 16 people on stream at once. 16 people I can have in here at once. It might be chaos for shows, but think of the conversations we could have. Just saying. Also, please do check out Catherine's latest articles on the Mid podcast as well. Please. Some really good articles. Read book and streams are fun. Wrestling with Shadows, Watchalong, and Beyond the Map, Watchalong. Ooh. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Sliding door moments. Would the Shopmaster gimmick have worked if you hadn't fallen over? I like that. Do all sorts of things. How, like, think about it. Tell me. Keep it going. Like, this is what I like. This is the enjoyment that I strive for. I mean, if you want further proof about what I've been saying about this channel for so long, that how important everybody is, just look at the top of this, right? Just look at the top of this banner. Don't miss out because wrestling never stops. That's the weekly Steelchair. That's us. And like that's what it's all about. I've got an insane memory for wrestling, and I've got an insane wealth of absorbing knowledge. Once I read something, it's locked in my brain. But when it comes to all the things we can do, we can really take it up a level. We can really soar. And that's what I want us to do. I want everybody involved. Like, what if, like, what Disney does but wrestling? I mean, as long as we're not killing it or making it feel shit or enslaving people in the worst way. But yes, we can do that. TNA Classic reviews, ECW reviews, watch-alongs, wrestling documentary talk, classic New Japan reviews, and classic Saturday Night's main event watch-alongs from 80s and 90s. I like it. Review some independent matches. Who is in the wrong? Hacksaw Jim Duggan or Doink the Clown? I think you know who was in the wrong. You don't need me to remind you about Dark Side of the Ring to know who's wrong on that one. Yeah, she does that on the daily basis. Reece is the Reed Richards of wrestling. Well, I think someone very important to me might say he's more like the Bruce Wayne, but that's different. But that's only because I allow it. Knowledge-wise, I'm like a fucking supercomputer. You should see me talk football. Or soccer to you lot. Maybe more NWO streams, reviews, watch along. How convenient that the Diesel Guzzler wants NWO streams. I'm only kidding. I wouldn't mind that because then we can really get stuck into the NWO. Oh, what a question. I am a comic book fan, so I love this question. Who is the best Robin? going to show you. This is the best Robin. The best Robin was Tim Drake. You like wrestling more or football? I've been watching wrestling and football for the exact same length of time. They both get different energies, different emotions out of me. I love them both equally, but both of them piss me off equally as well. In more ways than one. But yeah, I am like an absolute insane knowledge absorber when it comes to things I have a strong passion about. But yes, to answer your question, the best Robin was Tim Drake. And if Dick Grayson fans come in here and cry, well, you can take your dick and shove it. Because Dick Grayson was better as Nightwing. Plus, his character ties into Tim Burton. That's what I like about him. I've always liked Tim Drake. I did like Jason Todd, but he was so much better as Red Hood. And Dick Grayson obviously is better as Nightwing. So yeah, for me, it's Tim Drake. He was the best Robin. If you guys want to ask more questions, feel free. I'm happy with that. More points if you want to discuss, more things you want us to see going forward, please keep dropping them as well. What's this? What is it with all these paid Twitter accounts saying, "Oh, can you give Killer Cross and Scarlet Bordeaux a chance?" They're not signing them, and it's becoming more ridiculous now. You know, like it's actually becoming more embarrassing. We are one view away from 100 on YouTube. Thank you, folks. We've almost hit 100 on this show. I'm just looking for one thing. Hold on 2 seconds. Quite wild that the 4th episode I ever did of the Weekly Steelchair in the entire history was literally just about the Rock Austin rivalry. Before it eventually became a channel, that was Ailey's first ever appearance on the Steelchair. Like, Ailey's first ever appearance on the Steelchair was 4 years ago. It was when we were on a different channel. We were just a weekend podcast. But we literally sat for an hour and 58 minutes talking about Rock Austin. It was wild. MJ or Gwen? Gwen Stacy. Gwen Stacy always. Would you give Killer Croc a chance as a movie villain versus Batman? Yes. And it's coming. Killer Croc will be a villain soon. After they do Hush, after they give Mr. Freeze his redemption, after they wrap up the Riddler storyline, Killer Croc will be a villain in the Batman franchise. All time or current? Because current, I really don't like the current NXT roster. I don't watch NXT because it put me off. Like, plain and simple, it doesn't work for me. I'm gonna scour the vaults and see if I can find classic stuff as well that's good to watch. Like, I'm gonna try as best I can, so we can get some stuff that we can rewatch, and then just that gives us a chance to really take us on. I don't think so. He's too busy being a moany bitch anyway on TikTok. All-time NXT, Adam Cole, Finn Balor, Shinsuke Nakamura, Tyler Breeze, and Pac. That have just been on the NXT roster. That's my top. That's my top 5. And I'm absolutely not saying Tyler Breeze for a joke. I'm not saying Jushin Thunder Liger just because he was only there for one episode as a special request. I mean, like, fully signed to contracts. That's my top 5. I'm a big fan of Tyler Breeze. I hate the way they underutilized him. In the ring, I actually don't think he will. I really don't think he will in the ring. I think if he ever comes back, it should be as a manager, which is a shame. I do like the Mad Hatter. It's really clever way of a villain. I thought he was underrated. Good in the comics, really good in the animated series. I thought he was a really underrated villain. Top 5 WCW stars from the early 90s. Sting, Ricky Steamboat, Flying Brian, Stunning Steve Austin. It's between Great Muta and Jushin Liger, but like, let me think. Are you let me ask this distinctly, Chester. Are you talking about talent that were like just WCW talent that were actually WCW, not like New Japan brought in and back and forth, vice versa for shows? Do you just mean they were just WCW signed talent? Because Liger and Muta obviously were brought in back and forth. I just want your distinction. I want your distinction first before I go down the rabbit hole. I mean, TNA wasn't in the 80s. You mean 2000s? Not New Japan, just WCW. Okay. Ricky Steamboat, Rick Rude, Flying Brian, Stunning Steve Austin, Vader. Top 5 best Bret Hart custom made jackets. SummerSlam 97, WrestleMania 8, SummerSlam 91, WrestleMania 12, Survivor Series 96, and WrestleMania 10. Okay, so top 5 wrestlers from the 2000s. Kurt Angle, AJ Styles, Amazing Red, catch you later, mate. Have a good one. Kurt, AJ, Joe, Amazing Red, Christopher Daniels. Yeah, Kurt, Bobby, Joe, AJ. Kurt, Bobby, AJ, Joe, Daniels. Amazing Red just misses out. Just. Homicide just misses out. Motorcycle Machine Guns just miss out. But we'll probably wrap up in the next 5 minutes. So get a couple of questions in, last couple of questions, then we'll wrap up. Top 5 ravishing Rick Rude custom made tights. The tights when he beat Warrior at WrestleMania 5 with the Intercontinental title and Warrior's face on it. The tights that funnily enough, from Super Brawl 2 when he faced Steamboat. The tights when he faced Hogan for the first time, because they're actually really funny. He wore a custom pair of tights for Randy Savage. And then the second pair of tights he wore for Warrior SummerSlam 1990. Good question. Yeah, 5 more minutes. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Roy Sheen. That means a lot to me. That means a lot. I just try to give people what they feel valued in. If you come in here and just think, oh, he's just gonna say, he's just gonna say random things. He's gonna hate me for everything I say, or he's gonna say everything is shit. Well, no, I don't. Like, I'm actually very fair. I'm very welcoming. I'm very honest. I can be maybe too honest for my own good, but that's because I care so much about your guys' opinions, but also I love wrestling. Like, I've loved it for pretty much my entire life. Top 5 WWE games of all time. SmackDown Just Bring It. SmackDown Shut Your Mouth. WWF No Mercy. SmackDown vs. Raw 2007. SmackDown vs. Raw 2007. And WWE Day of Reckoning. Top 5 wrestling stadiums. Nassau Coliseum. Tokyo Dome. Madison Square Garden. The Sky Dome in Toronto. And the stadium that they hosted WrestleMania 17 in. The one from WrestleMania 19 just misses out. Ford Field just misses out too. For your call, what did you always give your guy for moves and entrance? Basically everything that was based on Sting, Angle, Omega, Joe, bits of Taker, bits of Shawn Michaels, The Rock's taunts, Bret Hart offense as well, and until shit things happened, Chris Benoit. Entrance, it was always a mixture of darker entrances with a mixture of Omega, Rock, and Bret, and Taker's lighting. Also, I did some stuff with like Amazing Red as well, for moves. So I did all sorts of things. I've got a very big range. Got lots of heroes. Like I'm quite full wide. Rank all the Mr. Perfect vignettes. I'm going to be honest, I only liked 3 of them. The golf one, the bowling one, and the basketball one. They were the only ones I actually liked. I didn't like the other ones. So that's it. It's the only 3 I liked was the basketball one, the golf one, and the bowling. Top 5 Macho Man matches. Okay. Macho Man versus DDP, number 1. The one at Halloween Havoc. Macho Man versus Ultimate Warrior, WrestleMania 7. Macho Man versus Ted DiBiase at WrestleMania 4. Macho Man versus Flair, WrestleMania 8. And Macho Man versus last one. What can I think of? It's probably you know what? This one's for you. Macho Man versus Kevin Nash, 99 pay-per-view. But Macho Man Steamboat is the all-time greatest in a different way, but it's not like the top 5 for that reason. I don't rank it in a top 5 because it's the undisputed greatest match he had. You know what I mean? You know, like there's like wrestlers who have like matches that you just can't put in your top 5 because they're just always great. Steamboat at Mania 3. Brett versus Owen or at Mania 10, or Brett versus Taker at SummerSlam 97, or Brett versus Austin Mania 13, or Brett versus HBK at Survivor Series 92, or versus Mr. Perfect at SummerSlam 91. Those are matches you don't need to put in his top 5 because they are permanently ranked as the greats. You know what I mean? Better Shades, Bret Hart or Macho Man? Bret Hart. That to be fair, that one was good. Yeah, Macho versus DDP was it was the no DQ match they did. This was horrible. The funny thing is Steamboat versus Macho Man is Steamboat's second greatest match. But yeah, Macho Man versus Kevin Nash is actually underrated. But if you look at overall great matches, Steamboat versus Macho Man is their best. Best robes, Ric Flair or IC champ Macho Man. Up until 1986, it's Macho Man. From 86 onwards, it's Ric Flair. Because that's when he really got the good robes. Hot take question. Is Angle higher all time than Kobashi or Misawa? Because those two prevented Meltzer from giving Angle 5-star ratings. Angle is a better wrestler than Kobayashi and Misawa. But it's also about how hard it was to get a 5-star. The first ever 5-star match from Dave Meltzer was Steamboat versus Flair, and then it got broke a week later on a house show by Steamboat versus Flair. But that's definitive. But Angle deserved 5-star match for he's had 5-star matches. It's just the scale for that was different. But for me, Kurt Angle's had minimum 15 5-star matches. Flair and Savage from Mania 8, I did say it was good. It's in my top 5 for Flair and Savage matches. It's in my top 5. One second, folks. Hold on. 1 second. Top 5 WrestleManias. 17. 13. 4. 18. 15. Better Iron Man match, Bret Hart versus HBK or Kurt versus Brock on SmackDown. I'm going to say something controversial. They are both just as good as each other. It's the best pay-per-view Iron Man match WWE's ever done, and it's the best TV Iron Man match. Just got off work. Any shows coming to cover this week? We're doing Blue Justice and Road to New Beginning. Myself and Josiah will be doing that as well, and hopefully Temple, if he's got his weird Kit Wilson obsession out of his arse. And we will see what happens over the next coming week. There's a lot there that we can certainly go through. We have a lot there. But Maki Ito and Saki Kashima, yeah, they're really buying into them, which is great. Like, I'm really glad to see they're buying into them. But it really is substantial. We're going to find out, you know. But, hey-ho, I've actually went a little bit longer than planned. Nothing against that. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the evening. You guys have been incredible. I shall see you all tomorrow for a different stream. Maybe a game stream, maybe not. Maybe one last watch along. We'll see. But tomorrow, we'll see. We'll figure it out. But in the meantime, please enjoy the new logo. Please like, share, and subscribe to the Weekly Steelchair. Please go and check out Catherine's articles on the Mid Podcast on her website. Her latest articles are really good. Check out TemplePlays on YouTube when he's not being a knob. Obviously, Josiah will be here with me. We're now on 113 views. Thank you. We're going to bounce. We're going to fly. Blade or Black Panther? Blade. But obviously, Black Panther's a good character too. But in the meantime, I'll see y'all tomorrow. You're welcome, Chester. Thanks, everybody. You've been a fucking amazing audience. Fire logo. Thank you. It took me a wee while to design it, but I'm really pleased with it. And it's in metallic. But in the meantime, I'm going to run. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. Good night. Bang. I'll see y'all tomorrow. And Roy Sheen, remember to suck diesel. Ta-ra. And today, our time comes to an end. This has been another exciting stream. Thank you very much for watching. And also, remember, if you get cracked over the head with a steel chair, you're not going to get concussion. You're just going to come back here. Goodbye.